Good day and welcome everybody, Drake598 Gaming with an episode of City Skylines. We'll be working on what we've been working on so far. So I think the best way to start is going to be working on this area. So we want to get this island developed up a bit more. So we'll get that to even with the road. That looks like it's pretty even right there. Might even need to go up a bit more. Yeah, there we go. And we'll use up some of this soil. Get a nice flat part around here somewhere. Probably to about there. Expand her out a bit more. And we should be able to use that to offset some of the costs of what we will be doing today. So I wouldn't mind getting a little bit more soil. So what I might do is I'll come down over here. And we'll sort of slope this down a bit more to gain some more soil. Should be enough. Come back over here. Whoops, I'm still on slope, that's why. Make sure I've got a bit of a landing pad all across there. At least for the moment. Next thing is going to be destroying all this to about there, I suppose. And we'll be chucking in some extra tollways. You're going that way right now. I would like to leave a bit of an opening there so that we can have some in and out traffic coming in soon. That looks about right. Because this will be a major city hub when we're finished, but we're going to have to do a lot of land development, and that's going to cost a lot of money. So this will help offset it for the moment. You don't want to do it, don't want to do it. If I need to, then fine. That should even it out. And we'll connect these highways back up. This is sort of just a temporary solution, get a little bit of extra income coming in to help pay for the island development. not ideal, and I will probably change it when I fix up the bridges and things like that. But I'm estimating the land development alone around here is probably going to be $2 or $3 million. Because I've got to raise a lot of this island's level if I want it to actually survive any sort of flooding event or water rise. And traffic should be back to flowing normally. The other thing I want to do is I want to come in and adjust policies. We're going to take the smoke detectors off. We'll leave recycling. Taxation can stay, businesses can stay, automated tolling. I need to leave that on until I fix these roads through the centre. Otherwise it's just going to get backed up way too much. Economy, how are we looking on the industrial sectors? Farming's doing good, oil is non-existent, forestry is non-existent, ore's non-existent. So... I sort of thought you might be. Let's do a bit of freeform. So we're going to come out at the 90 degrees, preferably. No, that's not 90. Straight on is 82, okay. So we'll bring it to the edge of the forest on the 82. We'll bring it around through the forest. I would really like to flatten this a lot more, but I will probably end up pulling it out this road anyway. So what if I bring you into there? A little bit in the bridge construction, but...
Drake Land.
Getting there slowly. Certainly got a lot of work to do. Just do that for the meantime. That should help flatten it. Even try to get back some more soil to work on the other island. Yeah, that's much better.
Looks like the Adirondack Mountains of NY.
I'm working on developing this at the moment. I do need to chuck some water across and some power. You're not going to give me water that way. I'll run it through there then. Temporary measure. But that gets that up and running. That should be the ore fields up and running as well. Let's cut you back, cut you back, cut you back. I don't think I need it this far either. That's saving, that's why it's lagged up. Okay. least I don't think so. We'll double check.
Will you ever consider Prison Architect on sale?
I can have a look if it's not always on sale for me when it's on sale for you guys, because I'm in Australia. We have different sort of sales, but I will have a look. I have no problem doing that. Now this is going to be forestry. Right, this is also going to be forestry.
Thank you.
No, not a problem, man. Just going to put a normal road through like that. This is all farmland.
In us a big sale is on.
I need to cut that back from there. Bring this back in. More on that side. Get rid of that. Now I'll come back, do a quick double check on where these are located. So I should have all the farmland, I should have the forestry. That's nothing. I can pretty much get rid of that. Just erase the holly fields that are here. And yes, this is supposed to be. And we'll add in the road off of here, avoiding. I'd rather just have it straight. Yeah, you're gonna. Alright, fine. And that should give me the ore fields over here. I might even just duck that back a little bit more. Ore industry, forestry, farming, ore, forestry, forestry. I think I'll have to make this a bit smaller. I want to take this out, this out. Probably going to be encompassing a couple of hotels there, but so be it. Don't let the docks burn down, guys. Come on. Get to work. Where's the fire brigade? This area. Might actually do it that way then, so that's right on the waterfront all the way along. Hopefully it should produce some good payment. It's not 100% perfect, but it'll do. So now create a new zone in here. All the way along this. All the way up. And then that all becomes tourism. Not that the waterfront matters too much. Beautiful. Got the tourism on that. So now I want to come around and go and get all of these sorts of spots and mark them as leisure. So if I miss anything, feel free to point it out in chat. That's one. That's one. Tinier there. There's another one there. Another one there. All the way down to there. Some of these are probably going to be a little bit oversized, but I'm not going to stress too much about that.
Build a prison.
I already have a prison. I put it over in the industrial sector, so they have to deal with all the pollution. I've legalized recreational use, but
Send
I put
the residents to Gulag.
but I put harsher prison sentences on if they do break the law, for like with theft or robbery. I feel like I'm missing some, but I'm probably not, because half of it is along the coast with the tourism. So I'm just going to say that that's fine, and go bang, bang, bang. Make sure we get all these areas done. I already did those. It seems so. I've just got these really tiny areas. And then all those areas become leisure. Yeah, I did get it. So we have tourism all around the outskirts of the city, plenty of leisure on the inside of the city.
Make a mile-high tower.
Mile-high tower, what would be the closest for that?
Or build a giant mine.
Transport. Grand Mall. What do we have available? We have a stadium. Cathedral's pretty tall. Sea and skyscraper, but it's just about the average height of a large building, because they're already getting pretty tall. Ooh, that's pretty big.
Is there underwater building?
No, not in this. Or at least not in the base pack, maybe with DLCs or something. I did actually want to do that as farming too. And I'll give them a small little road. That's probably the best way. Don't give me that. Distance is not too short. Oh, that's why. Okay. I understand you. There we go. Still got everything filling out. I'll be getting more money from this because this whole island needs to be raised a bit, otherwise it's going to have problems with flooding. That's the main reason why I put in the tolls there for the minute. And I do need to start taking out some of this hill as well. And that is going to be one of the easiest ways for me to acquire soil to keep building up that island. Because my money is going to go down very quick with all this landscaping that I need to do. Just trying to sort of offset some of it as I go along.
I may return.
Not a problem, man. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you have an awesome day. Yeah, you can see we've already spent for another 300,000 just doing that, transporting some dirt, digging out a bit of a mountain. Some more soil back there from this little raised peak. Trying not to bring it too close to the soil because that might cause flooding for the rest of the city. We'll still need to keep coming over this a little bit here and there, but we can start expanding this side out a little bit. Get rid of some of that extra soil, but it also goes down really quickly. Bit more soil back from raised area. And we'll move it all this way. We are out of soil again. And so far we've almost spent $1 million. 200,000 away from that. Our farming and ore is about the same, forestry is about the same. They don't really like doing much with the forestry that I found, at least not in the base. One thing that I can do is probably just go bang, because they want extra housing. It won't last forever at the end of the day. But there's their water connection. So we'll let some of that fill up and see how we go here. Like, how are we going from leisure's earning me a bit more money, tourism's earning me a bit more money. Plenty from commercial. It's helped a little bit, not as much as I'd like. Really, at the end of the day, I just need to get these roads sorted out and work out what I'm going to do in general. Because I'm still not happy with this. But we're sort of at the point now where I can, with the money, I can actually do some major works as well. Like, for instance, I know very well that I'm not going to want this little bit of land here. So I'm going to dig this out. Too much soil already, huh? Back to raising all this up. And we'll eventually get a nice usable bit of land from this island. Which is very costly to do. Okay, so that's get as much soil from as we can from this little area. I'm hoping that doesn't create too much of a problem, but it's pretty far downstream, so it shouldn't. Because as you can see, it's already starting to flood. Let's see how that goes. Not enough soil again. I'm going to do a little bit more and then I'm going to stop because I just realised I'm already down to 1.5 million. So we'll take this section out as well. continue this on down. Because we're not going to buy any more land this way, so I sort of want to even this out so I've got some nice water canals and I can, yeah, I can do a lot with that then. Probably going to bring it back to about where that bridge post is and bring that back and just have a straight canal. Square up the island a little bit. Even on the tip, and maybe cut that back a bit. And then later on, probably buy that section of land on the right, dam that up, but cut through a passage and have it filter back out into the river. So that makes two separate islands. Or at least that is the plan at the moment. Because I think that could look pretty cool. Just sort of got to let the money keep increasing a little bit. That's the main thing. Already spent 1.5 million. I'll get it up a little bit before I go ahead and start doing some more landscaping. I can do small things in the meantime, like that. Get rid of those. Most of those will be destroyed anyway at a later date. Just when I'm building things. Come back here, see. That is just purely oil district. There's a little bit of farming that I could get out here and some trees. Maybe get a little bit of extra money income from there for the meantime. So trees and farm. I'm just going to put one road in so it reaches the oil. One road in so it reaches the forest. Don't care what that really does. Past that point, like, it's not going to slow down traffic much. Because really it's just the travel from the industrial to the cityscape that is the problem. Let's see if I can find my prison for the good old commentator. I did have a prison in here, didn't I? I did at one point, but I no longer have a prison. Okay. I know it's going to fit in here somewhere. I just need to find that spot. Perfect. That should actually give some of those other businesses some more employees too. This one is finally empty. Are you finally empty? No, you are not. Keep emptying. Hurry up. So how are we looking for economy now? Ore industry's gone up. Farming is about the same. Leisure and tourism have gone through the roof, which is awesome. We're now getting some decent income from that. Just need to get rid of this one garbage tip that's here that won't quite empty fast enough. So we'll come back to landscaping. And I'm going to bring this in just a little bit more. Yeah, I'm fairly happy with that. Like, that's fairly good on the straight. The fine details I can come back and do later. I'll put a road beside it and clean it up properly. And I want to cut this into about there. That should give me my next lot of dirt. See how the prison yard's doing. We still have a shortage of normal homeowners, I think. I just want it straight. Thank you. Straight as you'll give it to me. Water pretty much covers all of that. Like, I'm missing a couple of little houses, but there you go. That should get that balanced out. There wasn't that much of a difference in the need. But I may swap it to that. Could fill all these little spots with fuel stations. If only I actually could put in fuel stations. And it wasn't completely randomized. But the needs are pretty much balanced. As soon as I hit about 2 million, I'll go spend another 500,000 on reforming the land, and yeah, we'll continue on. Watch the new housing development. Oh, the corner shop's springing up. Wish I could actually see the sign, see what sort of shop it is. Quiet corner shop. Fine, just give it to me that way. Did not like the positioning at all. Good number of population in that. Good solid land value. Slightly better on the land value. Whoops. Wrong button. There you go. Yeah, kind of balancing itself out there. That's perfectly fine for me. Just get rid of some of these. The ones that are screaming for jobs can keep screaming for jobs. I feel no extra reason to expand that out right now. Have we started getting anything from... Still getting nothing from the oil industry, even though we put a road down there. Just doesn't like it. Maybe if I redo it. Forestry, farming. Got lots of different areas in the map now. Alright, we'll get back to work on this. too much soil. This is going to cause problems, but it should be all downstream. I'm going to actually have to shave this off first as I go. Yeah, that's about where I want that. Fairly good lines, not 100% perfect. Back to shaving this back. Now we'll just try to get an ever so slight creep all the way up. So if we can get a nice steady expansion all the way up, the edges will be nice and smooth. Yep, the road's going to start to wash out a little bit. So be it. We'll get this cut back to the last amount. Smooth all this out. Back over to here. Join this up. Push all the water out. There's not a lot of low-lying areas on this anymore, so it should just all sort of eventually flow out into the am I actually going too low? Sort of think that I am there. Still pretty damn level anyway. We'll come over it properly later. Right, that gets us that, which is a slow creep in. should be plenty high enough for my purposes. I'm happy to just recoup the extra little bit of soil there. I still haven't flooded anything of mine that is a major concern, which is good. Even with all that work, because you can, like, its water level raised quite a bit in some of these areas. So I do think I want to cut this back as well. So we just come back here. And we'll just ever so slowly sort of... Too much soil already, huh? Always creates flooding issues. But at the same time, you can sort of see what I'm going for here. Some nice straight canals, get all the shipping coming in nicely. Okay, I need to stop. I just realised I'm down from starting the stream with $3 million down to 40,000. I need to stop. I've got a lot more area to work with. That'll turn itself into a real nice housing cityscape area. Yeah, I'll neaten it all up as well as I go along. It's just money's the concern. I need to build that up again. And this finally can go. Awesome. Everybody will be happier with that. Now let's find something to put in that spot.
I'll do working ATM, but we'll have you on in the background.
Well, thanks for that, mate. I hope my voice doesn't get too annoying for you. Stadium? Too big. Modern Art Museum, too big. Theatre, too big.
Hi, bro.
Hi, mate. I hope you're having a good day. Where are we? I'm just looking at what I can fit in here right now. No, skip tier 1. It's a bigger area than a cinema, sure. What do we got? I really don't want to have to put a cinema in there. I feel like it's a waste of that space. I really do. That goes nowhere. That goes nowhere too, doesn't it? Alright. Land clearance first. So they stop building there. Eminent domain, these houses. Not that road place. Come on, don't give me that. Thank you very much. Please tell me they're still connected. Why, yes, they are. Still too big unless I want to get rid of the park. What is that? Oppressions office. No, I'm not really looking for an oppressions office. It would work if I could get it to rotate. And then where's the other one? The cinema should fit in there. They need high density commercial, if anything. Not commercial, residential. Damn you. I just realised that one is no longer connected. You're not going to be so kind as to give it to me though, are you? Didn't think so. Nope. Nope, nope. How about just normal paths? Stop trying to give me that connection. I don't want that connection. Back to the drawing board on that. Try to keep it straighter. Did that help? Did that help? Got them all. Lost a couple of squares, but I can deal with that. As most of that is tourism anyway. So we're up to making almost 50,000 a week, which is fairly good. Running a housing shortage, but then we always seem to be running a housing shortage. Where are we? 1, 2, 3. One more up. You're not gonna. And how about there? Housing shortage be damned. We'll make that shops. And we'll make this shops. More corner stores. Make sure that water's coming through. Housing be damned. Fill up my industrial area, please. I didn't flood any of my city, which is awesome. Although it does feel like the water has risen a fair damn bit. Oh, maybe not so bad, I guess. It's fairly high banks.
Hello.
Hi mate, thanks for the comment and thank you for tuning in. Hope you're having a great day. Need trash pickup. An additional. Lose an extra $1,000 from my profit margin, but I just want to clean that up a little bit. Oh, thanks for that, and namaste to you too, man. Got a little bit more money in the bank. We can keep working on this slowly. Every time I do, my money just drops.
And how are you?
Yeah, good. Yourself, mate? Right. Just enjoying an evening stream. Good to occupy the time. So that's me. Hopefully you got good weather over there at the moment. I think that's a little bit too low. Yeah, that's the right height. So this will make one really nice island city, I think. And then once I buy that area, we'll continue that through, and we'll have sort of, I'm not sure where I'll make it join, but we'll have two cities side by side crossing with a big bridge. I think that will look pretty good. And we're still keeping the water canals for shipping, just making them a little bit cleaner and straighter. Rising the land level a bit so we can dam if we need to. I do think by doing that I will have increased the speed of the rivers too. So that if I was to dam here now, even though it's not a particularly tall structure, it's still pretty good on the power generation. 220 megawatts. Better than this thing, I can tell you that. Like, at best it produces 32. But a lot of this is sort of late game projects. Not much I can do without the money, and to get the money for the city you need the population. Building burnt down, and in general fire protection is pretty good though. All you need to do is build one building across. Wouldn't have been that hard. Farming's still the same, ore's still the same. Forestry and oil are generating nothing. And tourism and leisure is still pretty good. I think I'm going to continue this up. But I won't be able to take it too much further, 'cause yeah, okay, so kind of pointless. Kind of pointless indeed. Shave back, make it nice and slanted. Now I still do want to pull this in as well. So if I come along here, I want to pull it out to about there. It's all the way downstream, so it shouldn't affect things too much. But we are out of soil again. Let's dig out the last little bit of this mountain. So I would say this would be something like a 100-year project, if not more. That's for sure. So we've basically come along and reshaped an entire island, making it much larger. I could probably recover a bit more from down here. Get some more soil from there. I do think that will work. That should be plenty. Alright, here comes the wave. It's gonna be close. This is the problem with all the groundworks. I may have just gotten away with it. The ship actually crossed it. Oh, a little bit of flooding, that's okay. Like, that, compared to what could have happened, not the end of the world. Not in the slightest. Okay, we're back down to normal water level. We're good. There should be no flooding before the waves form back up. They will be down into the industrial area. You can see where the water drops down like 60 foot and then just reforms back up in a big surge. I'm lucky I did make the banks so high. And I'm starting to think these may need to come up just a little bit. Because having reformed the riverbanks has risen the water level. I talk about beachfront property. They're pretty much living in New Orleans. Let's watch the waves as it hits the ships. Should slow them down. That one will make it through okay. I don't think I'll be able to see the wave catch that one. Oh, that is not good. They're fighting hard. They put out at least some of it. I wonder what the cost would be for an insurance company when something like that happens. Because what are you talking? That's 20 floors? Something like that? I could be far off, but yeah. Right. So one thing I do want to do is I'm going to drop down a save before I do this. Because I do really need the money increase. Let's go over taxes. And we're going to put all the taxes up to maximum. And as soon as we hit about a negative 1,000, we will drop it back down to 12. But that's doubled my money per week. Tripled. Quadrupled. Yeah, I know taxes are too high. I'm only doing it for a short period of time. I just need that little bit of extra money increase. Come on, come on. Just that little bit more. Wait for it, wait for it. Alright, yeah, that will do. Back down to 12%, and everybody that left will very quickly forget that we just jumped up the taxes a ridiculous amount. And watch that all go back right back down to normal. And in the meantime, we made an extra 500,000. So that will give us some more money to do some landscaping. I think I'm going to have to cut this back even just a little bit more. Grab that height. Come all the way down here. Make sure this is all the appropriate height. I'm trying very hard to funnel the water back down this way, not flood my actual city. Sort of why I stopped it where I did. Otherwise, yeah, I would have just continued it on. Because that should give me a slight wave heading to the left, but most of it will head to the right. Even all that up. This dotted line is a good way to get a good squaring line if you ever need for terrain. If you don't want to put down a road at the time. Oh, I think I just messed that up. I'll go from left to right. Yeah, I did. Give it to me there. How about there? Maybe further back we'll go to the corner. Yep. Feel like that's getting wider and wider. I could be wrong. The longer it gets, the more you notice if the shape is off. Should be right all the way down. It still gets wider. Damn it. Ever so close. sort of why I'm just leaving it on fast forward while I do this. Yeah, and offsets the cost. You won't let me. I'm just gonna have to do it that far then. The other end is too close. That should give me... Alright, apart from the terrain, it looks like I have the one square. I would really like to get this right. Because if I can get this right, I can carry this down all the way. Just sort of need that first square line, as it were. Like, that's pretty good. So that gives me a 90-degree corner to work with from a point on the map that I'm never going to... What if I put it there? Just doesn't like it. There we go. That looks pretty good. Should I actually extend this out? That is a question. Because I could easily smooth that out a bit on the corner. I'm not sure if that's a good idea though. At least not yet. So this still hasn't evened out either. That's kind of, the water flow is kind of what I'm worried about. I've just got to wait for that to settle and sort out these banks so that I can get the water to flow the way I want it to. Which may actually work out the opposite way, that I need to cut off a bit more, but then not being able to edit it further on makes it problematic anyway. The big city problems. Electricity consumption versus availability is fine. I could use some more sewage treatment, it would seem. Does that improve that? Look at that. Once it starts flowing properly. It's a good thing you don't actually need to hook these up correctly, because otherwise I would have fresh water flowing into sewage there. Aesthetics. Aesthetics. That's all it is. So we're still having the problem with the water flow here. I think I do need to cut that corner off. That's okay, I can lose one more node and we'll come down to here instead. I've still got that straight line to deal with. Bring it out here somewhere and we'll cut you off. Like so. Bringing you back in. And let's check the water flow on that. Because it should go and then cut in down this way. That's what I'm hoping. Might cause a flood, but I'm hoping it won't. Because I'm hoping to get enough cross current from here and with the downflow to force at least some of it down this way. It's essentially the idea. Maybe if I... Oh, wrong way around. For sure. What if I just increase this ever so slightly in the hopes that we stop any upflow that way? Where does Mazer flooding there? Still not too bad, I guess. Just a couple of districts. That wave, when it hits, will be problematic. Okay, all the buildings that are burnt down. Yep. Still needing masses of workers. How can a building be on fire when it's flooding? Not really. Wonder how long that'll take to evaporate. This is where we need to hope that that downward push is just enough to slow that wave down and even it up. There we go, the flooding slowly disappearing. Still has not helped this much though, at all. I would have thought with those two rivers, the combined flow would have been enough to force that one that way and have it join in, but apparently not. Because you've got that river up there feeding into it, that one, and that one. Like you can see, they're all different rivers, so that should be enough downflow to counteract this one. But apparently not. Okay, that time the wave did hit. Look at that. That's going to be costly. I'm just going to have to wait for it to clear. I'm gonna keep cycling through the radios so that I don't get demonetized for it, because I don't own any of the songs. Hopefully if I go through them quick enough. I was honestly hoping to hear something about the flood on the radio. Look at the traffic trying to get through it all. Still doesn't want to go the way I want it to. Probably because I don't own this section, I can't cut off enough of it to split the water. At least that's what I suspect. At the end of the day, I will only have 2 more squares available to me. I think it might only be 1 more. So I really can't afford to purchase that one. I have to find a way to get this to work as it is. What I could do, I suppose. Let's see how that works out. I'm considering cutting off a little bit of this corner. It's going to be another huge tidal wave, I can already see that. But it looks like I've got enough flow actually sort of hitting that now to separate it a little bit. I need to just let it run and let the water sort itself out. So if anything, maybe what I should be doing is continuing this out a bit more to actually force the flow that way entirely. Because now that should all go to the right, and if this comes in, let's try to cheat the system a bit. I know I'll have to dig that out again, but Now, if we've done that right, let's see. I know that's going to cause a lot of problems in the short term, but I'm hoping that that will get all the water flowing that way. Okay, so we got it going in. Are we facing any flooding right now? No, we're on a normal population increase. Steady fire, no, there's the flooding. Oh, that'll minimal. Oh, I could be wrong. Here it comes. It's washing away the cars. Costly in the short term. Hopefully it'll pay off in the long. Like, the water's trying so hard to get around that bend, but it's already forced to come back in. So it's like, just give me that extra little bit of control to dig further down and I would be happy, but I don't have the land space to buy it. Don't you dare, I'll close you off again. Like it's almost like it's starting to go the way I want it to. Slowly. So give me that level. It should be just high. No, still too low. Something like that then. Higher than the riverbank. Awesome. Give me something like down there. we almost have a continuous flow there. So close. Breakwaters. Sooner or later we will establish the flow the way we want it. that shouldn't last too long. Like, I'm clearly missing something here. Does that help? Prepare for the next tidal wave, civilians. Okay, would it help then if I...
Hi.
Smaller that up. Hi mate, I hope you're having a good day. Very slowly trying to work on this without flooding the city too much. Like, this wave will be close. Should be okay. Have we managed to get it going the way that we need it to? No. Might not have given the water enough time to settle just yet. There we go. We're getting some arrows. That's what we like to see. Okay, that clearly helped. I might even just extend it out a little bit more. And hope that I don't do more flooding. Should be okay. Looks like it'll head downstream. Still does not like it. Is that because I'm not allowing enough down that way yet? I'm already full on dam soil. I have a mountain. Not the best usage of it, but I know where to get it from when I need it. My aim is basically to get some sort of flow coming in this way. So I know it doesn't really want to come in this way, but we'll be able to force it to eventually. Going to keep working on it and reshaping, and eventually it'll get there.
What are you doing?
Developing an island and trying to work out the waterways so it all flows one way. Right now I'm trying to get this water flow going this way. Which is proving a little bit more problematic. But like, it has a lot of rivers feeding into it. So in theory, I should be able to get it to go this way and join into that, flowing downwards. But this one always seems to want to push this way. That's why I've created a mini little waterfall, and I'm kind of slowly expanding it out that way, getting the arrows to go. I may need to even bring this out a bit more just to cycle a bit more flow to the right yet. Because my main city is right beside it though, it's a little bit problematic. I've got to do it slowly, otherwise I end up completely flooding it all. Because I can fill the river a lot faster than they can deal with it. Whoops, wrong one. Sort of seeing how far I need to bring this out to separate it. And here comes the tidal wave. I think it's going to continue to the right. We should be okay on that one. Here it comes. Yeah, that's okay. It's only minor. How are we going? So let's dig this out a bit more. And we'll try to get this flowing that way. I need to get rid of some soil. Back to digging. Wrong way. Alright. So I'm going to have to wait for those waves to subside, but I'm hoping okay, we got some flow. That should trickle out to going to the right. I'm hoping. Let's just extend this out that little bit more. Yeah, that's better. The next thing to try would be putting an island somewhere there. Alright, sorry civilians. This is going to cause massive damage. Let's go watch the carnage. Oh yeah, that's a tidal wave. Roller coaster's the safest place to be. No, it just went underwater too. How far inland will it reach today? The park is underwater. Looks like it's going to reach the freeway. But at that point, it's not heavy enough to wash away the cars. Now, did that work?
Like 600 people died.
It wouldn't surprise me. Could have ended up losing a lot more. There's some traffic going away. The garbage truck's getting pulled into the building. I think I may actually need to close this off entirely if I want it to go that way. Because the arrows just are not changing. Pretty much closed this off so there's next to nothing going to the left. That's why we have a massive dirt pile over here. How do you feel about that? Jump up, kitten, if you want. Do I need to get rid of that last little bit of land, or can I keep it?
Do you have a live stream every day, and when is it?
Not every day, but most days I would say out of the week. And no particular time really, either morning or evening streams normally. Going to do it, and that way it should force in enough, I'm hoping. Any more flooding on that note? I think this is below sea level, or lake level, river level. Oh, I think that might have gotten it. We've at least got a wave heading that way. I can go no further up, but just whether or not tightening up that turn would make it flow faster. But my live streams can be all different sorts of games. It depends on whatever people are after to see at the time. I do take requests for either games or game modes. I will normally get back to people fairly quickly in the comments. And we're out of soil. Make sure I'm getting the right soil level. If I zoom in, it'll go faster. Make sure I'm getting the right terrain level too. Yeah, I thought so. So then this river should now be going this way. And this river should now be going that way. For some reason the water just does not want to flow that way. Just does not like it whatsoever. I do. Might just have to face it. But you'd think that that would at least be sending some water that way. I think this is a bad representation of fluid dynamics, man. There should be no reason for that flow to just end there across the dotted line and appear here instantly. The audience can see what I'm going for, it just doesn't want to work for me. What happens if I just go out there? Not enough soil. Well, I've just been looking for an excuse to cut you back further. Okay, back to working over here with the soil transport company. Let's see if that makes any difference. Bring it back down to single speed, and then back onto fast forward. while I wait for the water to settle a little bit, I'm going to go feed my kitten and I will be back. Apologies about that, just had to feed the kitten, but it still doesn't seem like it wants to go the way I want it to. Maybe I just have to wait on that water surge that's there. You can kind of see it coming along. There we go, that's better. Oh, it's already starting to die off a little bit. Alright, back to over here. Grab some more of this soil. Back over here. And let's try to limit its dead end. I still need more down here, so... Actually... I'm not sure if that's going to be up or down. No, that's a fair bit down also. Just transferred the dirt height that I'm building at, sort of thing. This is a massive project that I would not have been able to start if I started at the start of the game, if that makes sense. I wouldn't have had the population or the money to do it. Oh, what's up, Bubby? You want to go out? Can I get away with just some of that? Yes, I can. That's looking better. Once all that flooding sort of subsides, we get this tidal wave coming down again. Big lightning strike. So if need be, I'll extend this island all the way up. We'll see how it works out. Just try to get the rivers done first, and then I can smooth out the rest of the surfaces. Just sort of waiting on the waves. Once they stabilize. We've got a nice flat island that is at a decent height above the river. And that will join straight into the freeway. Below ground rail track. Back into the other side of the river. Looks like that might have just done it. Like following the large arrows. I'm hoping that flow will continue to increase as the water evens out. That should in theory be capturing at least those four, and that one sort of being split. That's just coastal. If I could dig out that, I would. it's still got waves moving the opposite direction, which is slowing some of it down. You can tell because that corner over there is still flooding. See as it pushes to the right. I know it's more a traffic simulator than a fluid simulator, that's for sure. But it's annoying when what you're waiting for is getting the fluids right, so that you can put in dams and generate a lot of electricity. Because most of it is fine, it's just this up top section that is proving problematic. And I want to buy this section, so this river's pretty much going to be continuing around through there, not through here anyway. So it's going the right way, the flow's just not there yet. More flooding time, city. Almost feel sorry for this mountain. It has just become a sheer dirt face. Not even sure why I paused it there. And I still will need to come out just a little bit more. I'm going to stop there. So if I do it right from here, I should be able to avoid most of the wave by sort of forcing it down rather than back up. It's going to be real close. Not quite, but very close. That is a sizable wave. How far does it make inland? Poor Hawthorne Park. I would say it made it pretty darn far. But that's okay, by the time I come back, it will have repopulated. All the way along that. There we go. Still got massive flooding in the city. Ooh. What's that? One building, one story? Pretty much. Yeah, I'd say that's flooding. They're slowly going down, the water level. Just watching the white building in front, like the water level was pretty much at the top of the doors, and it's going down slowly. Hate to live in that neighbourhood. Good thing I don't have to pay for it, the insurance company does. Even though this whole neighbourhood's flooded, we're still getting civilians moving in. Now back to this. No, saving at a bad time. Out of soil again. You know what? I haven't done this yet. Let's spend a bit of money on that. And we'll get our soil that way rather than digging out the hill this time. Should probably cost about the same amount anyway. Make sure it's all level. So apparently I missed around the edges. Ah, that's a minor fuck up. Yeah, somewhere in there will do. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm still not quite happy with this. Probably because it's a little bit too sharp still. Oops. Okay, so that little nib at the end shouldn't be there essentially. But otherwise, that's not bad. So I want to just cut this in that little bit more. Yeah, there we go, that looks a lot more natural. Tempted to even bring this in a bit more, but I don't think that's a good idea at the same time. I think that's pretty much all the prep work done. I'm still not happy with this river flow. The only way I can think to really improve this is maybe by tightening this up at this point and forcing it more speedily down this way, as it were. So let's try that. Not enough soil again, we'll buy some more, we can do that, we've got plenty of funds at this point. So we got that coming down, going down, going down. Sort of evening out, straightening out at that point a little bit. And coming back down. Getting rid of that whole sort of I know it's not the prettiest on the corner with that property that I don't own. Like, that's pretty ugly there, but... like, I'm turning these into waterways for shipping lanes and things like that, so it'll only be beneficial in the long run. Offset. So we've just spent a lot of cash again. I should be doing this a lot more, to be honest, but I don't like doing it. It's kind of cheating, but yeah, the game allows it. Watch those profits increase while we wait for water. And then you wait for all the taxes to start to go red before people leave, and then you take it back down to normal. Having earned a lot more than you would normally. 5 times the amount for that period of time. I would say always sort of stop it before you get to like 1,000 civilians minus. After that point it can be a bit problematic to recoup the losses. Alright, so I would want to stop it about there. Drop these back down. Let all that return to normal. You'll watch very quickly we'll get those civilians back. Like in reality I could be doing that every time I get the civilians back, but a couple of abandoned properties, probably due to all the flooding. Get rid of those and let them rebuild. I think that's everything. Yeah, so we already pretty much got the civilians back and we made an extra chunk of money. So what we'll do is we'll let it tick over to about 2 million, and then we're going to do that again, and we'll see how much extra money we make in that turn. So I'd say it's taken about a minute to earn that 100,000 on the 25,000 profit. So we'll cheat again quickly. Again, not really a cheat, but just making the taxes ridiculously high for a couple of days and then putting it right back down. I get to that about that 1,000 mark and drop it back down. And that'll turn things around and we'll get those people back while we continue working. Still just doesn't like it. Probably even stand to actually fill that in again, because that's just turning to the and recycling back around anyway. The waves are slowly sorting themselves out. So we'll do that quickly. Which was not enough soil, that's right. Now I've got enough soil. Our aim is to just come out that little bit. Sort of smooth her out like that. Does that make it worse, does it? Find out once the flooding's done. In reality, I could have even gone deeper. Okay. There we go. Now let's see. Some parts I'm getting soil back, some parts I'm costing me soil. Let's see. I'm certainly hoping that increases the speed. Otherwise, just maybe making the river smaller. Forcing it down a smaller avenue. shouldn't affect my city here, so... should be all good. So then this needs to still be smaller yet again. See if this helps or not. This is basically making the river a fair bit smaller in the hopes that that increases the flow. At the same time, I've worried that I've forced more water just down this way instead. But I won't know until the waves sort of settle down. So they are some big waves. Some big, big waves. I'm going to mute myself for a minute while I have a snack. Apologies about that, I'd just rather not chew on microphone. I'm sure the audience doesn't want to listen to me chewing. Still freaking out a bit. I'm hoping it's going to settle. The game really does not like you messing with the fluids. Because I would have thought that that river would have had enough flow to stop that, but sure, if it just wants to go from bank to bank. That doesn't make any sense. because it keeps hitting the exact same points. It doesn't continue on down the stream. It's just the river freaking out. Okay, speaking of which, we're running out of civilians coming in and they want more needs. So, tax hike. Get out of my city. It'll come into effect pretty quick in fast forward mode. But you can also see my profits per week rise and rise and rise. They're up to 250,000 a week. 300,000. Still no reds on the tax dollars. I'm not going to swap it back till we start to see a lot of reds. There we go, they're starting to go red. But we got up to 320,000 before it bottomed out and went back to 18. Still got people coming in too. There we go, now we don't. Good way to make money if you need money quickly. The toll roads, considering there's no taxation on car registration or road tax or anything like that, the tollways are just a good way to offset the cost of your roads per month. Because it's not like you get speeding fines or anything like that in this game. So I don't even consider the toll roads really cheating unless you put them in an endless loop or something like that. But we'll see how quickly we start to get these civilians back as soon as we go unpause. We lost less than 200 people. And made like 500,000. How's this river going? Oh, it looks like it's getting faster. I think I just need to narrow it a little bit more, maybe? Maybe increase this a little wider so it... So less water heads this way. It's not the ideal look for what I was going for this island, but sure, it'll do. If it actually gets me the water flowing the way it's supposed to flow, it'll damn well do. And we connect. Not enough soil again. And we connect this back up like so. Maybe even have that narrower too. I mean, that could look kind of cool, having a little triangular island on the end. But so that should be a dam site narrower. I think this still needs to come in a little bit. We got another loop which comes in, yeah. I think it narrows a little bit more here, but otherwise I think that's pretty good. Okay, now we've got a fast water flow, or at least it's looking like it. If I actually opened that side up more, it would be better. So let's have more of an angle on this then. Yeah, it's either too much or not enough. It's always one of the two. And I'm not really looking to make any sales today. Let's try that. I mean, it's definitely looking faster. So I think then the trick is that I really do need to have a fairly good line all the way across. And that is going to mean that this is going to have to come out too. So we're going to stripping this corner back at the start of the video to expanding it substantially in an attempt just to get the river to flow the right way. Hindsight 2020. Economic gouge again. Bring it back up to 2 million. I'm assuming we get back up to 2 million. It's a good balancing effect for all the earthworks we're doing. Surely I don't need to expand this more. Right, yeah, I will be able to purchase one more square after this one. Or after that one. So we now own this area here. But there is a reason I did that. I would be getting rid of those ones. we're going to make this smaller to start with. I'm going to have to come through and do this first. And it's just easier to pause in this case. I know I'm going to want it a lot wider at the end, but I'm not sure how I'm going to do it just yet. So if I get the base outline of it done, I might even need to go a bit deeper on that, because it does look like it's starting to get pretty skinny. I could connect it over there, but I don't really want to. I want to connect it over here. If I'm going to do that, I'm also going to need to put up height. Because I think this area could entirely get flooded. This could end up very bad. So let's get rid of just a couple more of these houses. They can always rebuild back in. I'd just rather have that space to do this. And I want it to turn a lot sharper. What is a good place for it to cross? I mean, most of this is unused land. I'm still getting nothing from forestry, right? Forestry earns me nothing. I feel like the best place for me to bring it in is here, but I can't because of all the garbage trucks. I won't be able to delete those. Not yet, anyway. So for the moment, and we'll bring that around a lot steeper. Yeah, still missing the rail tracks. Cool. Let's bring that around there. That around to there. Flatten that out through there. Dig out a good chunk of this soil. And we pretty much got it where I wanted it. That's awesome. I may redo this at a later stage, but we'll see. Now they are 5-lane one way. Straight will be sufficient. Slope too steep, my... In that case, I might actually believe it. Just because I have steepened that quite a bit. Okay. Now we've already paid for those bridges. There is no point having that there. At least not at the moment. Back over here, we'll flatten this out. And we'll pretty much do the same all along here. come back and cut back into it a fair bit more to allow the river to actually flow through.
Hello.
Hey mate, I hope you're having a good day. Too much soil again. Alright, that should be enough. Where were we working down here? Cut it back more here.
Are you making something like a river?
I am, yes. Oops, roll one. Change direction. It is almost complete. It's going to have one massive wave. I'll do a bit more sculpting before I unleash it. The last thing I sort of need is for it to flood my residence. And I need to actually cut this back so I can get that road back through. And I also need to cut it back for the rail line. Wrong one. I think that's the only rail part that I destroyed. Yes, it is. Beautiful. Alright, let's find out what happens. I know that this is going to backflow, but all the water is heading downstream there, so it's not going to get a lot of water coming in. This, however, having access to that entire flow, will get a lot of water. I need to get rid of some soil. Eek. I just cut that off from power, did I?
I have to go bye.
Not a problem, mate. You have a good day. The easiest way would be like that for the moment, I guess. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just needs to get things running again on it. Well, the water level was up there, so it drained it a fair bit.
That's clever.
I sort of want to make 2 islands and have waterways surrounding them for transport and tourism. The inlet was already there, I just added the river. It's going to flood here a little bit, but how bad's the flooding? I think it's just because of the wave at the moment that is moving through. Alright, lose those. Cannot be built on water, sure. Downgrade. Increase slope. Get rid of that. And let it cut into the dirt. Or at least that was the hope. I no longer need you there anyway. It's because it's occupied by water. No matter what, I'm just going to have to wait on that one. There you go. Not ideal, but gets things flowing again. I can come back and readjust that later. If need be. More that it's cannot be built on water than anything else. Alright, more flow than expected. We'll come back and fix the roads in a minute. Was not quite expecting that much water. Yeah, it's back to where it was originally and even bursting the banks pretty much. Just sort of got to wait for that initial surge to calm down. Okay, slope too steep. Higher banks. Yeah, I think, is it really even worth it? Kinda not. I'll connect you like so. Did that drop it? Yeah, it did. Probably a bit too much. Saving. There we go, it's a little bit higher. Sorry peeps, some of you are losing your homes today, but we'll sort this all out later. We're just trying to get the flow going for the moment. There's nothing feeding the actual water anymore, so it'll just slowly dissipate. I probably should have expected it and maybe built a dam or something, because yeah, it was a big wave of water. I tried to prepare by building up the banks, as you can see. And it is definitely flowing the way we need it, in a fast formation. Can only allow so much through though. However, we've gotten that working. And we pretty much have this at a fast flow too, so like, still not as fast as I'd like, only 48 on the power production, where this thing's like 250. $300. I would need to build out the banks on the left hand side to do that. 98. That would be the least productive river right now for power production, which is very disappointing. Actually, I did just buy this not too long ago, so... Additional farming. What else is in that area? Good oil field. And the rest is probably just tree production. Although I'm not even going to worry about the tree production. Something like that for the moment, because I'm not so much worried. So what are we talking for power production here? 80 megawatts. And I could probably even deepen that up at some stage, once I get the roads actually sorted. My main thing is to try to move as much of that over to this island as possible, so that will leave me with that area that I can clean, flatten and sculpt like I'm sort of doing in this area. I'm just kind of doing the outlay, as it were, right now, the ground foundation, so that I am prepped and ready to build and sculpt the rest. I'll probably keep the top of the inlet a little bit wide, but I'd probably get rid of the rounded corner up here and have it more as a straight river, I suppose. Alright, that's enough. Offset some of the costs for building that road. Sorry, not road, river. That was another expensive job. Still nothing on oil. I don't think I can earn money from oil in the base game, or at least that's what I'm starting to think. How are you looking now? You're up to 80. That's better than what you were. This one's still one of the best. It does disappoint me that I had to build this out, because it sort of ruins the aesthetic of what I was going for. But maybe by channeling this way, I'm kind of hoping that I'll release enough flow off of this that I can take that off. But at the same time, I'm not sure if that in itself is going to be wide enough to release enough flow from it. They're still complaining about taxes? Did I leave one too high? There you go. Burnt down districts. Abandoned. Oh. Well, now it's abandoned anyway. I think I need to replace my controller. It keeps jittering up. It's very hard to get it to stay still. There's nothing to rob if I'm destroying it. There's no dead bodies if I'm destroying it. There's no rubbish problems if I'm destroying it. See, like, that's not actually me moving it, that's the game itself. Or the controller itself, I should say. There you go, that's your problem, I know it is. You watch that area fill up now and be all happy like. I think the water's sort of reached an equilibrium. Yeah, I'm really not happy about this. Just maybe if I get rid of enough flow this way. It will help. At the same time, unless I want to destroy more stuff this way on the right hand side and widen it, I'm not going to be able to fit much more out of it right now. So it's just like, is that enough to offset that river so that it doesn't all want to flow out this way? And that will start to go that way more. Try to capture just that little bit more water. Don't give me that. It should be going a lot more down that street. Then maybe eventually I can cut this back and just, yeah, do it that way. Because I'll have to move the rubbish tips to get the river coming out here. And I can do that, that's fine. I think aesthetically it'll make things look a lot better. Like, I just wouldn't have had enough money to do it at the start, and yeah, now I just have to shift some things around to get it all done. But I suppose that's part of the process of the game, isn't it? Slowly expanding the city out so it looks not just massive and houses everybody, but has decent transport and yeah, all that sort of stuff. I am sort of surprised that this area just ends up as dead spot in the water zone anyway. Like, I would have thought that would have continued on, hit there some point and continued down. I really don't want to touch this river side very much because I'm pretty happy with that sort of width. It's pretty good. Same time, it's only 80. 64. And that's 3. Is that just because of the speed? Like, maybe if I do smallen it down, it will pick up speed, and so what would be over here, for instance? 300. So maybe it is as it gets more narrow. Because this should be the same height. That could just be too narrow though. When is my next area available? I'll have to look into that, but I think I would go for that section. Maybe. Maybe even that could be a smarter idea. Because that way I could actually adjust the water flow myself. Wouldn't be able to do as much with that one. That could be another possibility as well, that section there. Why? It just... yeah, no matter what I do. Well, it's not like I don't know where to dump the soil. Actually, maybe that top island would work. Because if I was to take that and expand that island out, I could reduce the rightward flow from the left a lot more. Yeah, I need 4,000 more people. Okay. Well, I did just build down there for no real reason other than to build down there, so... Damn left joystick. And then maybe just do it like that on that one. Won't be perfect, but we get the general idea. And I'm not too fussed when I'm just going to be destroying half of it later. Water lines will need to be put in. One second, I'm going to turn my controller off and turn it back on. Making it very hard to do what I was doing with how twitchy it was being. I missed somewhere. See, that's what happens when I just leave it. I need a new controller for sure. Alright, so the aim is an extra 4,000 people, which will get us the last region that we can actually buy on the PlayStation version. We'll see how many residents that gets us. Temporary means of power generation for them, just to make them be quiet. Apparently even digging this corner out, it did not help at all. Because I extended this further out. And yeah, maybe if I do it further, it'll still stop the more of the flow. It just doesn't seem to be capturing enough of it. Maybe it's because... Yep, that's still set right. Let's try backing this off even more. Well, you weren't supposed to build down here that quick. Like, connect it up to that, and we're fine. Fair few fires in the industrial area. Hope that's right. Doesn't quite look right, but it'll be fine. Like, just let me destroy the buildings, controller. Stop pushing up. Alright, yes. It has sorted itself out. I'm just not going to hit up, I'm going to hit across. No, still hasn't helped enough. Like, honestly, what is that dead spot? There should be a lot more flow coming in, hitting and turning. Now what do you say? The game says, well, thank you, sir, can you extend it some more? And we'll still push that way. Like, I'm okay with a good chunk of the water coming this way, but I need more flow going that way too. It's going to be a massive water surge somewhere downstream. Either that or I really did actually just cut off a significant portion of the water. That would also be nice to believe, but I don't think it's true. Because this is still not improved. If anything, I've just made this a lot faster. The game is telling me that apparently what I did was not enough to space already occupied. Space already occupied. Oh, wrong road. That would have made a sure enough difference. Because I'm really trying to pack out those residents at the moment. Really pack out those residents. More shops down in the industrial area for lunch break, because that was where I messed up earlier on the roads. And you just know they're going to want them. put in one last road down here, straight down the centre. Connect that water service. Sell up all these properties and hopefully get to 48,000 to be able to buy the last region. At least that is the hope. Okay, if you are really telling me at this point you need more industrial, I'll keep it on fill. Actually, no, not industrial. Till about there is fine. And this is a two-way road, so we'll add in a bit more this way. That should even out their needs a little bit. At 44,000. I could imagine trash collection could become a problem, but we'll find out pretty quick. The game knows I'm just trying to boost up my population to buy the next region at the moment. That's why it's doing it so slow. Because I'm too lazy to put in any schools or anything like that in the area, as I'll just end up demolishing them before long. There we go, more places being sold. And that might even make them a little bit happier in this area too, and want to move in even more. I mean, it seems to be working. It's not a huge population increase, but it's pretty good. That's still just a massive dead zone. Like, how? How does the river just not want to flow down? soon as I was to dam it up, it would slow it right down anyway. But you know what, I'm just going to keep doing what I was doing over here. If that's the case. Eventually it will go, okay, maybe we need to separate the water. Because that's eventually what I'm hoping it's going to realise. Oh, I think it got a bit stuck. It chugged up and ran into the other boat. I wonder if it'll stay. Because that's not my problem, that's the cruise ship captain problem. I think you guys need to adjust your travel route. Show me travel lanes. Travel lanes. Okay. Can I adjust that? Is there any way to adjust that? Rename, relocate. No, not that sort of traffic view. I guess I just gotta dig them out. Maybe avoid going to do that in the future, if you'd be so kind. Like, I think I've gotten the travel route for you guys out of the water now, but sorry, out of the land. There's one cruise ship. There's two cruise ships. Oh, stuck again. Hopefully the water will push him off. I know how I'm having a power problem, I just don't approve that I'm having a power problem. Okay, 20 megawatts, 20 megawatts, 20 megawatts, 20 megawatts, 20 megawatts, 20 megawatts. Done. Fixed. Go. Problem solved, yeah? Cool. Now about this ship. Oh, he just disappeared. Even better. So I wonder then, if I come to here, you don't allow me to build it on shore, do you? Height too high, cannot build on water. Height is not too high, can be built. Out of city. Ooh, there we go. That's the spot. Let's see how they go with that. Still nothing but dead spot. Mildly frustrating. There you go, continue on. I'll even, yep, there we go. River Rapids on a cruise ship. Not sure. Get rid of some soil. It's digging it out in most of that case. Fill more soil up. I need more power again. I've still got people moving in, so it's not too stressful. Now what do you say? Oh, would you look at that? That may have just done it. May have. Still not 100% happy with it. Fill up quicker. I want to get rid of more of this dirt. I can come back in. I don't care how much soil shifting I have to damn well do. I'm going to get this done before I do any more real building. I will hope that I get up to the 4,800 to be able to buy the final piece of land, but otherwise I'm not going to stress. Okay. There's flooding over here. How, where, why? Oh no. That's water required. Duh. Now they don't even have enough workers anyway. Let's just get rid of all this green. And we'll make it high density. Speaking of which, right, green. I'll do it to there so I know to keep the shops in. Come back, do that. They're just normal? Yes. Let the masses of civilians move in. Yeah, I probably am having a little bit of a fire issue at the moment. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, that should be coping fairly fine, but seems to be struggling anyway. That is being used. For whatever purpose, it's being used. I know I'll end up reusing that soil later. How is water flow looking now? It's getting there. Like, it's slowly shifting it towards that way. It's a mountain in its own right. And I really know I want to smallen it down at that point. If I can get it registering that it needs to flow that way, get 90% of its flow going that way. I also just don't think it's going to work until I get the next region as well. And because I haven't reached that point yet, it is just a slow climb with the population. Like, getting back to that population size would never be a problem after this. To hurry things along. I know it's a bit of a waste of money, but we also don't have money issues. That should help. And I am always getting fires down here. They just don't seem to be able to cope well enough. There's only there is 4 firehouses, but these 2 I'm guessing can't service this in time. So, bang. That puts it in a fairly prime location. I'm going to waste money on it. I'm going to do it properly. There's your police station, as well as your fire. I will give you medical as well. But no high school or elementary or anything like that. And a couple of crematoriums to clean out bodies. I am pushing it on beyond what I had it set up for, so another one of the trash collectors as well. Make it 2 just to be on the safe side. Come on, I actually want you to build in that corner. Probably wouldn't give it to me with that. But you would give it to me with that, yes. I somehow doubt that's considered a road connection though. Yeah, it's not. Anyway, that should take care of the trash pickup. We are having problems with it. That'll help you out. I need this, intersections, no lights, stop, straight through. That should keep it flowing. It doesn't surprise me that trash pickup is a bit of a problem. But we're getting there. 2,000 more people to go, or less than. It does look like this is flowing better, but it's still obviously wavy. So gotta, yeah, it always seems to take time to sort itself out. Like, this water drops a good 6 foot from where it was. This used to be underwater. Speaking of which, I'm gonna come back to here. Bang. Bang. So, new area. New area. New area. And I think that's the only ones. Or at least I'm fairly sure. That's pretty good. I do want that to encompass that. Sure. We'll just call it Ivory District and do it that way. Feel like that needs to get expanded out a little bit, but this needs to get brought in a little bit. Hey. You give me what I wanted. And that should be connected onto the rest of it. Yes, it is. It's got some nice leisure districts running right down the centre. Just a little bit more on the population. I could probably chuck in some extra shops, like actually here before you build. And over here before you build. Because I can see already that that's going to be a problem in a second. Like, this area should have everything covered apart from education. Because I just don't care about it, they're just a population growth boom. If I get that population, I'm good. I can buy the next region, I continue my work. That being said, it would be a fairly nice area to live on, like waterfront property, lots of entertainment. If you want education, you just got to move into this part of the city. I'd say that this is still a little bit wavy. It doesn't quite look flat yet from all that crisscrossing.
Hey Drake, good to see you, emoji party popper.
Hey Liquid, I hope you're having a good day, man. I've spent a good chunk of my evening working on getting these waterways to work. If I can just get this to a point where I'm happy, I will be on the way.
Yes I am, thank you, I hope the same for you.
Yeah, getting a bit tired at this point. Really do have to go to bed at some point soon.
Emoji thumbs up for the stream.
I was really wanting to actually do some work on it, because I've never gotten it to a point where I was happy with it. It's so hard balancing the income, the population increase, and actually being able to do work to make it all look pretty. But I do think this island here will look really good when it's done. Just, yeah, as I said, been working on the waterways for it. It's still a little bit wavy from the last time I worked on it. $350, yeah, still 120. That's mainly because of the reduced water flow, isn't it? Like you would really think, but no. Well, almost there. 600 more people. And I think we're going to try, well, I'm going to drop a save first, and then I'm going to try to buy that island and hope that I can sculpt enough of it away. We'll see how we go. I'm okay that I bought this area because I think that'll be really good in the long run. I'm okay with that area because I think it'll be good in the long run. I'm definitely okay with the island because I really do want to just make a couple of islands. I think it'll look awesome. And I pretty much could lose this dam because that does nothing for me. As soon as I do that, though, I have to do that. Otherwise my sewerage production will shut down. Grab me some dirt from here, just open that up properly again. That never seemed to work properly, that dam. Maybe where it was positioned or something, but yeah, it just never worked. Run it fairly flat all the way through. Even if that means opening back up to there. Like I could buy that section. That's the other alternative, that I buy this end down here, maybe. One more, yeah, 100 more people. So close. Still having things burned down on here. fire. There we go, and we unlocked airport too. We will now be able to get a lot more people in. So, first things first, drop save. Now we have a lot of options. I'm thinking this one though. I'm going to try it and we'll see how these works go off, whether or not if I can push more water that way, this is where this all comes in. If I can push more water this way, it's only going to be beneficial. I might take some of your dirt then as well. I wish I could make these things bigger. Okay, well, obviously flooded the city there. Whoops. Figured it would happen. Does that help drive some more water that way? Because, like, look how many rivers are feeding that damn thing. I don't want to have to push it out to the very edge, but if I need to, I will. It just means I can't have any docking areas on here. Which will mean it becomes irrelevant for any industrial use. It'll just be for purely cityscapes and offices.